It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And we'll see the Buccaneers, reigning league MVP. He's been sensational as he leads the league in touchdown passes. It's the Buccaneers and the...
So here come the Buccaneers. Ready? Drive starts with a carry by White. And he's going to manage a lone yard on that drive up the gut. Brought to a halt by C.J. Mosley. We get a look at his rushing numbers from last week here, what he was able to do in support of that win. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9.
Let's go now.
Here's White again. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. They gain 14 on the play. And that's good for a Buccaneer first down.
Kate, I know you can see that smile on my face as we stand next to each other. Sure, I love that run. But I'm thinking about some great running backs. In fact, Corey Dillon, who created a lot of negative grades on my play sheet because I didn't want to carry out no fake. I wanted to watch the damage he could do like we just saw.
Completed over the middle. And he'll be taken down, but not until he reaches that 45-yard line. Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. From the gun, a run for White. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
That's certainly a spot where you could be more aggressive, Kate, if you wanted to take your shots. But some coaches, even the bolder ones, will take the safe play first when they get it from time to time. No 3rd down required now.
Going to the ground again on first. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2.
Kate, this is why coaches across all levels of football harp on the importance of good, fundamental tackling, not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when one of their guys has a chance to bring down a running back, they're able to do it and keep those plays from going any further.
Here we go, here we go.
Running on 2nd with White. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
To play running back in this league, well, you've got to have tremendous vision. We saw it twice, once to find the lane upfield, and then to get to space and break off some extra yards.
Smith on first down. Ball in left side. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. With 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
They bring Dobbs in motion left. From the gun, Smith. This throw is caught. And this is down all the way to the 3. It's a real solid pickup, 12 yards, and it rewards them with a 1st and goal. It's a design boot. He rolls to his right. Touchdown, Tampa Bay! Well, he couldn't ask for a better start to a game than that. The offense taking it all the way down the field and finishing with 6.
These opening drives, Kate, are such tone setters. It is why every offense loves to script their first 15 plays, right? Everybody knows what's coming. Allows you during the practice week to get into rhythm, but even better when you're that sharp, that crisp, and you finish off and get the early lead.
Godwin, the man in motion left. First down, Smith to throw. Moore's got it. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. 2nd and 6 coming up here. From the 34. Trying to connect, but it lines up incomplete.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
Throwing on 3rd, Smith. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Well, so far, they've got to be pretty happy with how he's been leading their offense. It has been a great start.
And I'd hesitate to say it's only going to get better, especially if they really decide to keep running this offense through that quarterback's arm.
1st and 10, it's a give to White. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down.
Let's go now. Take over.
Again, this is White. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I think with that call, they were trying to set him up with a short 3rd down run, but he said, nope, not on my watch. I'll just go get it all right here. Now, playbook's wide open for 1st and 10.
Finds him over the middle. And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Smith. That's caught. It's Cade Otton. And they have this down to the 11 before being marked down. He brings the offense up now for 1st and 10. Up the middle, here goes White. The score, it's a Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers now lead by 10. It's a Rachaad White touchdown. Well, he found himself some space to work, and from there, all athleticism as he made his way in for 6.
You know, you run the ball down in the red zone, Kate, you're not always thinking touchdowns, right? Space is so hard to come by.
Headed back out on offense. Their quarterback returning to the field now. And it's been... First and 10 now. Here's Smith. That's into the hands of Downs. And he'll get it up to the 44. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And that's good enough for a Tampa 1st down. A jolt to start that drive. They're up near the 45-yard line. Out of the gun, White. And he gets him around 6 there. Jesse Bates getting up for the stop that time. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4. Shotgun snap to Smith. He lofts one deep, center of the field. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete. Could not beat the defender there. And now they need to get 4 on 3rd down. Blitz coming for Smith. And this is marked down right along that 40-yard line. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
New slated downs to approach here from the 40. The give now to White. And he has enough room to gain about 4.
Well, I'll steal a line from one of my buddies, but I'm going to quote him. Mark Schlereth, 2-time Super Bowl winner, says if you want to run the ball, you got to keep running the ball. And that's a perfect example of it. Don't get tired. Don't get mad at gaining 4 yards. It's a run that can set up even more in the run game.
Got his target. It's Otten. And they bring him down around the 34.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create... Just find a way to get him the ball.
Smith on 3rd and short. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Well, after that play, training staff is headed out. That's one of their top guys who's shaken up. And they're going to need him back for the upcoming postseason. Are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. They motion a receiver left. Out of the gun, here's Smith. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. Having gained about a handful there. Stopped by Dayon Henley. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now.
Let's go now.
It's White on the give. And they'll bring him down after a pretty short gain. They made it to single yard that time. They're going to have to solve 3rd down and 4. Play fake. Now Smith to throw. And they can't connect on the 3rd down deep shot. Love the courage they had to try it, but it's incomplete, and now we've got 4th down.
So many coaches love 3rd downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand.
Buccaneers ready for their next series. Led out on offense by their... They'll empty the backfield and motion him out. On target to Godwin. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a 1st down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
From the 44 here on 2nd down. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the first snap through this second half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered, and that's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
To the air, 3rd and long. Taken in by Dobbs. And they make the stop, we're going to say, at about the 37-yard line. The offense being led back out by its core.
Here we go, shot. Check up.
Now Smith. This finds Dobbs.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
First down, ball at the 36. White trying this straight ahead. And this one does not go far. It's a gain of 3 for him. That brings up 2nd and 7. They go play action. Here's Smith. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. Markers reset, ball at the 37. They motion the tight end over. Here's Smith. Holding by Godwin. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs. They have themselves another 1st and 10. On the ground, it's White. And they corral him after a minimal gain to the 21. 2 on the pickup there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8. From the 21. That's in the hands of Moore. And they get this down to the 10-yard line before going down. Give them 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
And he gets a few on the plunge forward. 2nd down now, 7 to go. From the gun, Smith. And that's a Tampa Bay touchdown. And they've loved the scoring production he's brought out of their offense. That touchdown gives him 10 on the season. This offense and their quarterback making their way back out there, ready to take over once again. Here's White. And he's brought down by a collective effort there. Only 1 yard on the carry.
The one thing I can say positive about the execution of that play is at least he didn't go backwards.
Here we go, 2nd and 9. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Jesse Bates in to pick it off. 2nd down, they go pass here, and it's intercepted to kill the drive. look at this. He's setting up to throw. Able to get it to Moore. And this is marked down right along that 40-yard line. The Falcons spend the first of their 3 timeouts. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. In a good spot here, 2nd and inches. Wow, they're going to pass it here. Go right side, and Dobbs has it. And he's able to get this down to the 36. A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. Moore's got it. Running in the red zone. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
I love this, Kate. No issues at all going to this receiver in the short field because they know at any time when this man touches the ball, he can transform a short completion into a big play.
Back to throw. And he will score. And with almost no time left, that should clinch the win. So that should be the one that does it, Brock. A big one late that puts him up here 2 scores.
What a complete performance overall. The clock where it is and where it stands right now, Kate, that should be the capper. And that is so satisfying as an offense to go up 2 scores.
So it's a win for the Buccaneers. And they take not just a victory, but some serious year-long bragging rights home with them after this one, as they finish out the sweep of their division rivals.
Please, we need it. Talk about a chip shot.
It's Week 18 of the NFL, and we'll see the Buccaneers Offensive Player of the Year. He's now at not 3,000, not 4,000, but a 5,000-yard season after his last game. It's the Bucs and the Niners under the lights on Sunday night.
While the sun is set, there's... So here come the Buccaneers. Smith start with the throw here. And the connection not quite there yet on his opening throw of the game. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. A tight end in motion now. Back to the air. It's Smith. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. But at that defense, you're flying around and making the play.
Again for the first time to Rashad White. He breaks the tackle, and he'll be out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5. Looking to throw, Smith. Into the hands of Romeo Dobbs. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. A run now with White. And this almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Knocked down by Fred Warner. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Shotgun snap to Smith. Grabbed by Chris Godwin. And he's down after getting this up to the 41.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, give your quarterback a chance.
And he'll get it up to the 44. They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Now it's White. He's descended upon quickly and dropped after it looks like a yard gain. Tackle made by Elijah Molden. Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9. Throwing is Smith. That's more of a catch out left. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Jarvis. Him down.
Well, that's a modest little drag route, but if you ever just need a safe, short gain on a throw, that's a go-to route to target.
Throwing on 3rd, Smith. Finds him over the middle. And they're going to haul him down just shy of the 40. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
They run the counter with White. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Give him 9 yards. He almost moved the chains there. It's going to be 2nd and 1. gun. Here's Smith. This one's taken in by Otten. He's contained at the line for no gain. Jarvarius Ward brings him down. Third down, 1 yard to go. They run, it's White. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down. We have a timeout now. Medical staff out to check on an injured man. And you hate to see this in the final week of the regular season. Offense set for a 1st and 10. Back to the well again. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. We managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4. They put a receiver in motion here left. From the 16. He's got it! And this is down all the way to the 3. Well, he sure has come out throwing a good ball today, and the passing game has really been clicking early on thanks to his efforts.
Yeah, his play's really elevated the start his pass catchers have been able to have as a result. And you know what they're all thinking right now? This could be a game where we all get to put up some serious numbers, especially if he keeps throwing it like this.
Smith to the air now. And they will score. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers take a 6-0 lead in the first quarter. It's a Romeo Doubs touchdown. Well, this is something we've been monitoring, and it's actually happened for just the 3rd time ever. A player has caught 20 touchdowns in a single season as he joins a couple of the greatest to do it, Jerry Rice and Randy Moss, in this exclusive club. Just a yard on 1st down. Now it's going to be 2nd and 9.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Finds his man. It's Godwin. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. Now they'll hit the line just outside the red zone following that big play. 1st and 10 now. Here's Smith. Cut at the 10-yard line. And he's brought down inside the 10 at the 9. That's the end of one. Both teams with a little luck finding the end zone early. Scoreboard showing 7. Zot. Ready to go with our 2nd quarter. Buccaneers with the ball and a chance to score. Working inside the red zone. Has it down close. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even in early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
first down. Smith to throw. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Picked off by Fred Warner. And the 49ers will be down inside the opposing 35 as they take over after that interception.
The best defenses, you can go.
Drive starts with a carry by White. His charge towards the line. That's right around 3 yards.
As an offense in these situations, Kate, you could feel your own goal line, and you're not going to risk putting the ball in the air. So that means you're going to run it, and you're going to buy whatever breathing room you can.
Here's White again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. He musters up 3 yards on the run. That sets up 3rd and 4.
This close to your own goal line, they really don't want to risk a sack. That means, well, one option, run it and buy whatever breathing room you can.
That's caught for the first. It's a 30-yard play, Brock, and they've got a fresh set of downs.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the gun, Smith. It's into the hands of White. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They're set up at the 35 now. Here's a give up the middle. And he gets this forward to the 19. It's a great pickup, 16 yards, and now they've got first down. From the red zone now. Completed over the middle. And he'll go down. Looks like they're marking him at the 11. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Irvin here from the gun. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line. They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. Smith. And they will score. It's a Tampa touchdown. The Buccaneers can tie it up in the 2nd after cutting into the lead. It's a Chris Godwin touchdown. Slant route, as it does so many times. Smith on 1st down. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. And he's up across 200 yards now in this opening half. That's beyond simply a good start for him. This is the type of game where he's been taking the lead on carrying his offense forward however he can. And he's able to get it past midfield and down onto the 49er side. The early returns on the stat sheet have been good so far, partner. He's off to the exact kind of start they were hoping he'd have.
Yeah, you can just feel the rhythm, the timing, the tempo, and that ball is zipping all over the field.
Able to get it to Moore. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that's good for a Buccaneer 1st down. Markers reset, ball at the 37. And again, it's Smith. A dangerous throw, and he almost got burned by it. The interception dropped it incomplete on first down.
Hey, Kate, you feeling lucky? Well, the quarterback is, because he just dodged a major turnover. That was an easy pick that was simply dropped.
2nd and 10. Again, it's Smith. He'll get this complete to White. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little gain on top of it.
We get a timeout here taken by the 49ers. That's going to be their first. They'll run for it. It's with White. And he has it down officially to the red zone at the 20. That's a clutch 7-yard pickup, and it pays off the call to go for it on 4th down.
Come on now. Was there any doubt who they were going to go to right there? That was always going to be a run play. No problem converting on 4th.
First down from the red zone. He can run it. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line. They'll have 1st and goal to go now after they gained 18 on the previous play. Timeout called by the offense, and with another timeout available, they could actually get another 2 plays if they work quick. Smith back to throw. Brought in left side by Godwin. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
1st and 10, it's a give to White. And they had that one contained right at the line. Greg Greenlaw getting there for the stop. No gain there that time, and it's 2nd and 10.
These linebackers of today, they are so quick. They're so twitchy. You don't get a body on them in a hurry, they're going to stick you right at the line of scrimmage.
They'll motion him out of the backfield. That's brought in by White. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, is it difficult on the defense.
And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first. Again, this is White. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3. From the gun, a run for White. He finds space into the red zone. And he has this all the way down to the 17-yard line. They'll get 18 yards there. And that's good enough for a Tampa 1st down. Shotgun snap to Smith. And this one is knocked away, incomplete. That one firmly denied by the man in coverage. So that brings up 2nd down. Back to the air, it's Smith. That's into the hands of Moore. And they're going to take this to the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers push their lead further to start the half. Go play action. Here's Smith. He's got Godwin working that sideline. And he takes this out after crossing the 45. Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. They send a tight end in motion. Out of the gun, here's Smith. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. Trying again, following the sack. Completes this one to Otten. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. And he has stayed productive throughout this game. He's up to the 300-yard mark after that last completion. Really has been a solid showing for him finding his targets. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Putting the tight end in motion. Throwing on 3rd, Smith. He spins right by him. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Out of the gun, White. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
Offensive coordinators tell us all the time, big runs only happen with coordinated efforts. Great block in the spring of guys hitting blocks downfield and a back who can show off his wheels.
A play fake, now Smith to throw. There he goes again! And that's a Tampa Bay touchdown! Now in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this two-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
The give now to White. And he gets a few on the plunge forward.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
Second down now, 7 to go. Now Smith. Looking underneath, and the back brings it in. And this one gets up to the 14-yard line before he's stopped.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
And they're able to drag him down as he reaches the 15-yard line. A 1-yard gain on the play. And that's good for a Buccaneer first down. Motion man is the tight end here, going left. First and 10 now. Here's Smith. He's on the move. He takes it himself. And he's going to be out of bounds, I think, a yard or two short of the 20 here. Second and 6 coming up here. It's White on the give. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's the type of call that offensively, man, it just builds so much confidence. I don't even think they were looking to get the first down. Just get to a manageable third down, but instead they move the chains. And that is one disheartening look on that defense.
The drive picks up here, first and 10. Up the middle, here goes White. Breaks the tackle, green grass ahead. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Options are open here, it's second and inches. Shotgun handoff to Irving. And his short gain gets them a new set of downs.
Ooh, I like that call. I really like it with those sticks. You can keep them on the sidelines, and you get more than enough to get the first down.
New set of downs for him at the 38. Got Godwin, the man in motion left. Here's Smith. Taken in by Dobbs. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs. All right, all set up now. 1st and 10. Throwing from the gun. Short pass caught by his tight end. They managed 22 on the rip and a 1st down.
Man, I love that effort, adding as much as possible to that catch while earning the 1st down. That's called yards after catch, and it's what coaches want from all their pass catchers on the roster.
Coming left is White. And he makes it to the start of the red zone down at the 20. Give him 4 that time, so 6 to go on 2nd down.
They'll come away happy getting that type of output on most run plays. It's a sign that they're getting some good push up front, and this running back is seeing the lanes and paying them off.
Rolling left, buying some time. Oh, look at this, here he goes. And he carries it in for the touchdown. The Buccaneers have likely locked up the win right there. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you...
It's a win for the visiting Buccaneers. And they end the season the way they have so many games already this year, Brock, with a victory. And now they get to enjoy an extra week off to rest and prepare to host a game in the divisional round coming up in 2 weeks.
Madden Football brings you the divisional round of the NFL playoffs and is brought to you by EA Sports. It's the Saints and the reigning Super Bowl champs on Sunday night.
So the Tampa Bay off. Here's carry number 1 for Rashad White. The hole closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3. Second and 7. Another run here with White. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
You could just see the frustration on the running back's face as he's getting helped up off the ground. Like, there was just nowhere to go from the moment he was handed the ball. Give credit to the defense. Great job.
From the shotgun, Smith. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. That's his first grab of this divisional round matchup, and it's good for the first down as well. Working out of the gun, Smith. He's got it in the hands of Elijah Moore. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
And if he's late with that throw, Mike, there's a really good chance a defender could have made a play on it. But he does a beautiful job. He puts the ball out in front of his shoulder, leads the receiver, and allows him to get upfield and pick up the first down.
And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
The drag route, we used to say this is day 1 install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run after catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains.
On the ground is White. He'll manage only about 3, so it will bring up 3rd down.
And with that run, Mike, even though it brings up 3rd down, it still keeps this offense in what they call a 50-50 downs. It means with the down and distance provided, you can call a run or a pass, and both are equal threats. And that's what makes it so hard for these defenses to defend those situations.
That is a gain of 22, and it sets up 1st down and goal. Here's Smith. That one, take it in. Romeo down. Touchdown Buccaneers.
And what a response by this offense. It's not easy taking the field, Mike, for the first time in the game, and you find yourself already down a score. They watch their opponent kind of march down the field and score on the opening possession, and they're able now to go out and square it on up.
Bucs offense and their quarterback. Drive begins with a run by White. And he's going to be taken 4-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. From the shotgun, it's Smith. And the reception for Chris Godwin.
Really nice. receiver are completely on the same page, and when executed at that level, it's virtually impossible to stop.
Dobbs headed in motion. On second down, Smith will find his running back, White. And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
This defense just gets punched in the mouth on that one, Mike, and it just seemed from up here that not everyone on defense was on the same page, and the offense was able to take advantage of it. The defense has to clean things up here in a hurry, because if they don't, they could be in for a long day.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. On the ground, this is White. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
This is already a little better than the first time they had the ball, Mike. Remember, opening possession, 3 and out. Showing some signs of life here now. Nice pick up there by the back to pick up the 1st down.
Smith to throw on 1st and 10. Get this complete, right side to Otten. And the Bucs are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. They'll run with White. Down to the 4. It'll be 2nd and goal. Throwing on 2nd down, Smith. He's got it at the 3. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd and goal. They'll try to run with White. And he'll just get up inside those big bodies up front. And he's in. Rashad White. Touchdown, Tampa. So on 3rd and goal, they run it in. Sometimes, Greg, that's 4-down territory. They didn't need to do it on 4th down. Taking care of it on the 3rd down for the touchdown.
Yeah, when you find yourself down here this close, Mike, you have to finish these drives off. I'm with you. I think he was going to give his back 2 shots there.
The Buccaneers offense and... They'll start this on the ground. And here's White. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Here's 2nd and 6. They'll go again with White. Only a couple on that one. It'll set up 3rd down. To throw, it's Smith. He's got it, and it's Dobbs. That's his 3rd catch of this first half, and good enough for a 1st down.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play, and it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest, and that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
Now it's White. Nice job finding the seam. Gain of about 9. Just a yard short of that 1st down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard. A give, and here's White. And he'll take this one forward for about 3, and that's a 1st down. On 1st down, right back to White. And nothing doing on that one. He'll go down behind the line.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning 1st down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, 2nd and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
A 2nd down throw for Smith. That's complete. Some more on the right side. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line.
Now, this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
A 1st down throw for Smith. Over the middle, that's Godwin. And the Buccaneers are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. They'll try to run with White. And a big offensive line. Clearing space. He's in. Rashad White. Touchdown Buccaneers. He is shining in this postseason. Buccaneers offense and their quarterback. Smith now to throw on 1st down. Escaping the danger, throwing and completing.
The drag route is certainly not the most complicated route on the route tree, but a really nice job there using the scheme to create separation. He did a really nice job there working across the middle of the field as he made himself open.
And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points. They've got a quarterback who's in complete control, and they got to see if they can finish this thing off.
He's going to tuck it and go. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Now Smith. This one on target, it's Dobbs. After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. But the defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
Smith to throw. That's to Dobbs again. And the Bucs are going to have a first and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
I love the way the ball's been moving around to different guys this drive, Mike. I mean, it really keeps the defense guessing and off balance. And now this defense is going to have to figure out how to keep this offense out of the end zone because it's first and goal.
So we've reached halftime here in the NFC Divisional Round matchup. And we get you across the state and... On first down, it's White. And they bring him down, but not until he gets the 45-yard line.
The ability to be effective on first down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a third down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Here comes Otten in motion. To throw, here's Smith. He keeps it himself. Good job breaking the pocket and going for 14 yards, and most importantly, a first down. A run over center with White. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd down. On play action, Smith. Inside the 10, it is caught. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5. 2 yards from 6 points. It is first down and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he's into the end zone yet again. Rashad White. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Saving his best for the playoffs. His 3rd touchdown of the game.
That just feels like a big drive, doesn't it, Mike? Here in the second half, you got a tie ball game. Now you're able to get out in front. Let's see how this other team responds, having to play from behind.
We got a ton of time, Greg, but a little momentum feel. On the give, it's White. And he's fighting to try to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not do it. This is going to be a loss of a yard.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
And he'll be taken down up around the 32-yard line.
Anytime you're facing a zone defense, you're working from your first progression all the way through. But when guys are open in this level, Mike, they don't stay open very long. So what they taught us as receivers, if you're open, stay open. And if you're not open, you better get open quick because that ball is coming out.
The give to White. And he'll get about 6 there. setting up second down. Here's a give up the middle with White, and he's going to leave his... It's a first down at the 44-yard line.
I think this second down call, Mike, they were hoping that at worst they had themselves set up for a third down and short. But there's no need for third down. He was able to get enough on second. Fresh set of downs.
A give left side for White. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. We'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Another run here with White. White, first down and much more. A big run. They finally get to him and bring him down. Now, following the offensive lineman leading the way is a bit shaken up. Here comes Otten in motion. On 1st and 10, here's Smith. No one open. He'll drop it to his running back. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. On the handoff, it's White. And the Buccaneers are going to have a first and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. Here's a run. And he's got another one. Rashad White. Touchdown, Tampa. On 1st down is Smith. Laying out, and he made the catch. What a play. 6 catches for him in the ball game now. And this one's good for a first down. They'll run out of the gun. This is White. A gain of 4 as he's taken down. Here's a 2nd and 6. On the ground, this is White. And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this 3rd quarter. 1 quarter remains for a trip to the NFC. Third down, 3 to go. They'll go play action. It's Smith. He's got it at the 7. And he's in. Cade Otton. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Greg, that's one of those scores where it's not completely over, but it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, Mike, I just think they're entering miracle stage right now, and I just don't think there's any coming back from this deficit.
Drive begins with a run by White. And he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. On 2nd down, a run with White. And he's going to get first down, taking this one up past the 40-yard line.
2nd down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a first down.
They'll go again with White. And a short pickup, too, about the 42-yard line. Here's a 2nd and 9. Here comes Otten in motion. They go play action with Smith. That'll be taken in by Moore. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. Set to go now on 1st and 10. On the ground, it's White. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. Here comes Otten in motion. Off the play fake, it's Smith. He gets this one to Moore. And they're going to move this ball. The 25-yard line. On the left side, here's White. He'll work his way only to the 23. Here's 2nd and 9. Off the play fake, Smith. He runs with it. They'll stop it here. We have an injured Saint on the play. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. A give, and here's White. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. On the bootleg, it's Smith. Now he'll run it, and he gets out wide. He'll go to the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him. And
they'll start this on the ground. Here's White. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain. Shotgun snap and a give to White. And he'll take this up, working towards the first down mark. He gets 5, but is just a little short of the first down. You don't need much. It is 3rd and inches. They'll try to run for it. Here's White. That's going to keep the drive moving. He's got the first down. Up past the 25. On first down, right back to White. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. They face 2nd down and 7. On the give, it's White. They tackle him at the 38, but that run is good enough to pick up the first down. The give to White. A short pickup to the 38. Now it's White. Oh, and he'll get this very close to a first down. A nice run there. It'll just end up a little bit short. 3rd and a yard. Here comes Otten in motion. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. That one on target to Moore. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line. They'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. A give left side for White. And he tries to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not happen here. I think he's going to lose a yard.
Sometimes you run all those big bodies out there, you kind of tip your hand. I always love going big jumbo personnel for a play action. In this case, they keep the ball on the ground. The defense knew it was coming, and they suffer a loss.
Godwin working the right side. And he's going to be brought down just outside the 10-yard line. This has been some kind of march downfield now. Can they pay it off with 6? It's 1st and goal. Taking off. And this is going to be a touchdown. They are going to extend the lead here in the final minute of play. So a win here for the Buccaneers. They are moving on as the #1 seed. Victory means they lock down another home date next weekend as they look to punch their ticket to the Super Bowl.
It's the NFC Championship game, and the road to a Super Bowl goes through Tampa Bay. It's the Packers and the Bucks on Sunday night primetime.
Playoff football has come to the west coast of Florida, and we are at Raymond James Stadium here in Tampa. Coming up, a battle to represent the NFC in this year's Super Bowl, and we've got a potential classic in store, as it'll be the Green Bay Packers taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hello, everyone. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. The postseason continuing here on EA Sports, and man, it is electric in here, and it should. So out come the Bucs now for their first drive. Right out of the gates, here's Smith. They'll roll him out right. Gets past one man, and he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. Turns out to be a great idea to tuck that one. Good for 24 yards.
Well, that turned out better than most of the passes he could have thrown on that snap. The coverage downfield was excellent, but the containment close to home left him a backdoor escape, and they paid dearly for not locking up.
In motion right, one of the tight ends. Out of the gun, Smith. And that's complete. It's Chris Godwin. And he's going to get this inside the 30. And they get 17 more on that one and another first down. That early game script that they drew up is working pretty well here on this first drive. Already in field goal range, Charles, knocking on the door of the red zone.
You know, Brandon, when we met with the coaching staff, they kind of predicted that they would come out firing like this. I think you and I were a little skeptical that it'd be this easy, but they certainly knew what they were doing in scouting, in preparation, and understanding what their team was capable of.
Give him a couple on the carry there, 2nd and 8. Off of play action, here's Smith. Going across the formation, there's Otten with it. And down he goes, taking it inside the 10, just shy of the 5 at the 6. Now on 1st and goal, a chance to get a leg up in this NFC title game. Here's White. And he's going to press this one forward as they stop him right around the 1. 2nd and goal from the 1. Again, this is White. And this time he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, they're getting ready to set up shop here for their second drive. First down, here's White. And he's brought down at the 24 after a gain of 4.
Well, at the end of all that hitting and hollering, it was a 4-yard run, so the offense is going to go back to huddle and feel pretty good about themselves. Defensively, you have to feel okay because you didn't let it turn into a bigger run, but the goal, shut it down for 2 yards or less. That's when you start to feel good about yourselves.
They stay on the ground with White. And he'll get this up to the 34-yard line. 10 yards there and a Buccaneer first down.
It's been a long season, but he still looks fresh running the football. He knows his guys are one game away from a Super Bowl, so he's going to give it all he's got, and that's a heck of a run right there.
From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10. White, he'll try the left side. They'll get it across the 35. It'll be 2nd down.
Well, how about the big guy there? Agility, just float from his D-tackle position in order to make that play.
Line of scrimmage, the 36 on 2nd and 8. In motion, the tight end. They'll try the air now with Smith. Pass caught. It's Romeo Doubs. taken down. Works it past the 50. His first catch in this NFC Championship game, and it's a first down. Now a give up the middle. This is White. And he'll get this down only to about the 46. Just a yard on the first down carry, so it's 2nd and 9. They run straight ahead here with White. And great blocking downfield as he's got this almost to the 35-yard line. 10 yards there and a Buccaneer first down. Well, they're making an effort to get the ground game going tonight. So far, it's working.
I like what we're seeing from the offensive line. They seem to have the leverage going, and they're controlling things and reestablishing the line of scrimmage, moving that defensive front backwards, but also like what the runner's giving us, too. It appears that he's been waiting all day long to get out here and take off.
And that nearly intercepted. Well, the free safety roaming into position almost had it, but it's 2nd down. They'll go up the middle with White, and he won't get much. Maybe a couple. Down inside the 35 to the 34. Out of the huddle now for play number 9 on this drive. This is 3rd down and 8. To throw is Smith. And he's got the hook up to Moore. And this is going to result in another first down as the tackle's made at the Packers' 18. Moore, the motion man. A shotgun snap for Smith. Left side here, that's complete to Godwin. And he will reach the 8-yard line before going out. So not quite a 1st and goal just yet as they come up now 2nd and inches. Now back to the ground game with White. And he'll be brought down right on the edge of the goal line at about the 1-yard line. 45 yards rushing for him now on what was his 10th carry of the ball game. Here's Smith. And he's got it. Caught in the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Romeo Doubs there to make the grab. And the Buccaneers are off to a 13-0 first quarter lead. Another impressive drive. Out is their quarterback with this offense to take over once more. He had the short touch. The drive starts with a run by White. And this defense able to plug him up there as he'll get a yard to the 35. Now a timeout called for by the offense. So as they talk it over, we step aside. Smith. And his throw is incomplete.
The quarterback got away with one there. Looked like he was in line for a pick, but instead it's knocked harmlessly to the turf.
After an incomplete pass on 2nd down, that'll leave him trying to convert on 3rd and 9. Back to throw, Smith. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he is going to have the Buccaneers first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
On the handoff, this is White. And this will be taken across midfield and into Green Bay territory. Here now, 2nd and 4. Throwing is Smith. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up, not that time. An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. Smith. Big strides, look at him go. And he's finally down at the 21-yard line. 14-0 the score. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Second quarter now in Tampa Bay. It's the Buccaneers in control of the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. They will run with White out of the shotgun. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the 1st down run. He gets maybe 3. Here's 2nd and 7. They'll fake the handoff. Now Smith sliding. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. Buried behind the line by Azeez Ojulari. The offense on 3rd down tonight, a perfect 3 for 3 as they look to keep that streak going. This will be 3rd and forever. That's complete to Dobbs. And down he goes, taking it inside the 10, just shy of the 5 at the 6. So another 3rd down conversion, and now they've got a 1st and goal. Here's Smith. And he's got it. That'll bring up 2nd and goal after the gain of 5. Smith now to throw. And he holds it in for the Buccaneer touchdown. Cade Otton from a yard out. And the Bucs continue. Their quarterback leading this offense back out. He's thrown touchdown passes on his last 2 drives. They start to drive with White. And he'll work this forward for about 3 at 2nd down.
Not a huge carry there on 1st down, but not all of them will be. But still, all in all, a positive play for the offense. It's all about picking up at least a few to set up what you're going to do here on 2nd down.
They keep it on the ground. White again. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 8. Now Smith. Looking for Godwin, and he's got him complete. He's brought down after a pickup of 5, but he needed 8. 4th down. we get a peek at the captain of this offense heading back out there. And he's been good.
Let's go now.
They begin the drive on the ground. It's White. And he stopped right at the 25 after a gain of 5.
That's a really good gain right there. They pick up 5 yards halfway to a first down. The only problem now in the huddle, everyone's going to want to touch the football. Be a lot of chattering now because they've seen that they can move the line of scrimmage.
Now Smith. He's got the hook up with Dobbs. He's up over 50 yards receiving now in this first half. It's a first down. White running to the left. Oh, and now some space to operate. Yeah, he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. 90 yards rushing for him now. A strong performance here in this first half with a Super Bowl berth on the line.
I think they like this drive a little bit better there, partner. Running game helping out, picking up some of the slack. Because remember the last drive, they went 3 and out.
They go right back to White here on first down. Knifes his way forward here, but just 3 yards on the play. Second down. Now it's Smith off the bootleg, rolling to his right. And this is going to result in another first down as the tackle's made at the Packers' 22-yard line. They give them 13 yards there on the play and a fresh set of downs.
Here we go, set.
On the handoff, it's White. And he's got 4 down inside the 20 to the 18.
But really, that was no surprise there. They've been running it well all game. And I know goals change all the time, but any team will take that type of run each and every time.
And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line. And hold on here because run. It looks like we have a player who was shaken up. They'll try to pick this up on the ground with White. Yeah. Up the first down before he's tackled right at the 10.
Someone's been having a good game so far, and you know something? A lot of it's been power. They decided to turn him loose again on third down, didn't they?
They did indeed. He delivered the tough yards. And for one of the few times here today, this run's not going to go anywhere. No gain on the play that time, and it sets up 2nd and goal. They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Now it's Smith. Trying to fit it into Moore, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Jair Alexander. And nothing but daylight ahead. And into the end zone. It's a pick 6 and a Packer touchdown. He told us yesterday mistakes in a playoff game can be even more costly than fresh off the pick 6, it's Smith. Over the middle and into the hands of his receiver, Moore. So the completion good for 7 there, and it's 2nd down. Moore, the man in motion. From the gun, here's Smith. Flushed out right. Nifty move. And he'll be out of bounds after getting this one across the 40. 5 yards on the scramble, and that's enough to pick up the first.
Evident there that he learned his lesson from the last drive. No way he was going to force a throw that time. When nothing broke open, kept it, and ended up running for a first down himself.
He's got Otten on the out route. And taking it across midfield and just shy of the 40. They'll look to throw now on first down. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete.
Nice progress down the field was halted by that incompletion. They could try for some safe yards here to get things moving again, or keep throwing it and pushing it downfield to try and pick up bigger yardage.
On 2nd and 10, Smith. On the out route, Dobbs brings it in. 4 yards the gain, and it'll bring up a 3rd down. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. Throwing again is Smith. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. Romeo Doubs with his second touchdown here in this first half. And the Buccaneers will extend their lead in the final minute of the half.
That score that they just gave up there, that's a tough one for their defense to swallow because they've had a tough time through the first 2 quarters.
Here comes the Buccaneers offense. They get their first reps of the second half. They'll start the drive with a give to White. And some nifty running here as he'll take this across midfield and down to the 47. So 1st and 10, and if they score on this drive, might have to start digging into our second half blowout material. Out of the gun, Smith. Over the middle, complete. That's White. And they'll wind up getting this to the 37. Gain of 9. Second down and a little more than a yard here. Operating from the gun, Smith. Over the middle, he finds Godwin, complete. And this is going to result in another first down as the tackle's made at the Packers' 22-yard line. Running out of the gun with White. Brought down at the 20.
I know that speed is the hallmark of today's NFL game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
From the 20, here's the set. Opting to run again here with White. And he's only going to get a yard from the 20 to the 19.
You know that old expression, it's not my night? It hasn't been his so far. I don't know if the legs are a little bit heavy. Sometimes having to hang out all day and play doesn't exactly play to your advantage, but it's been a tough go for him.
And every time he looks up, somebody's there defensively. That was the same case on that play. They'll run for it. This is White. And he's got the first down as he gets it to the 8. Just a gain of 3, but they'll certainly take it as they convert on 4th down. Back to throw. Smith. And a quick throw here. That's complete. A minimal gain there on the 8th play of the drive. The 6-yard line, the line of scrimmage on 2nd and goal. Operating from the gun, Smith. Escaping the pressure right. Looking end zone, but it's incomplete.
It's been a fun game for him so far, but I think he tried to do just a little too much that time. Give the defense a rare win on that snap.
Now Smith on 3rd and goal. His pass caught at the 4. They're able to hold him to 3 there, and that leads to a 4th and goal. Here we go on 4th. Smith. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. He had 3 touchdowns already, but won't get a 4th here. And the Packer defense stands tall down by the goal line. Now here's the signal caller getting ready to lead this offense again. He's played well. Good first half. He's continued that here in the third quarter. But my question is... They'll bring a tight end in motion right. Now problems right out of the gate. We're going to get a delay.
Delay of game, offense.
The offense knew it. They were already starting to walk back as that one is accepted.
Still first down.
They'll try the right side here with White. They get 1 yard back there to make it 2nd and 14.
Watching that play unfold and watching him complete it brought back memories of doing all those pursuit drills to make sure you don't over-pursue and let a guy get a cutback lane on you. He did that very well.
You praised him on tape yesterday for the angles that he takes to the ball. Took a great angle right there. They stay on the ground with White. And they'll get this just to the 47. 1 yard gain. But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground, honed in on it, and stopped them. Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
Across the formation, he finds Godwin. And he is going to have a Bucs first down as they're able to get the third down conversion.
With the kind of game he's had so far, you had to know that on third down, that they would be looking his way, and they did, for big yardage and a first down. I think the defense fell asleep at the switch on that one. I would have doubled him, tripled him, anything to keep the ball out of his hands.
Eluding the pressure right. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. To throw is Smith. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Romeo Doubs saving his best for the playoffs with his 3rd touchdown of the game. And the Bucs are able to extend. And Tampa Bay trots out there now. First down, here's White. And no room that time, getting it to about the 46. Credit him with a 1 yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9. Run blitz there defensively, something we might see more of here in the 4th quarter.
I think we'll see a lot of it, and the difference between that and a pass blitz, you're just trying to get to the quarterback. You're trying to scheme someone open who will get to the QB and make sure he gets on the ground. In a run blitz, you're actually trying to cover up gaps, trying to cover up holes so they can't run the football.
Gain of 4 gets him right to the midfield stripe. The Bucs on 3rd down. They've been really good, converting 7 of their 10 tries. This will be 3rd and 5. Now a give up the middle. This is White. And this won't be enough. Stopped a yard short after a gain of 3. 4th down. And Tampa Bay trots out there now. They'll start this drive out on the ground. And he'll take this ahead for about 4. Second down coming up. From the 46-yard line, a second down and 6. They run straight ahead here with White. And this will be taken across midfield and into Green Bay territory.
Brandon, I've got to think this offensive line has got some smiles on its faces. And I know it sounds crazy, but they practiced for this back in training camp. They knew they'd be in situations where it'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from locking down a game. Right now, they want to show the world they're up to the challenge.
On third down, a run from White. 44 yards rushing for him now as he tries to will his guys into the Super Bowl. White, he'll try the left side. And the stop here will come at the 38-yard line. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5. At this stage of the game, with the score where it is, the key here is stay in bounds, and he did just that. Not by a huge margin, but he stayed in.
And those come up in what we like to call winning edge meetings. The things that you have to do, late game situations, kicking situations, doesn't matter what it is. game, and that comes up in that meeting, then you practice it, they've got to be happy to see it executed, being able to stay in bounds and work the clock.
They'll try and run here with Urban. And he won't be close to a first down as he runs into a wall right around the line of scrimmage. Call it no gain there, and it leads to a 4th down. This late in the game, Charles, I think you maybe seriously have to think about going for it.
Especially where they are in terms of field position, because this is almost like no man's land. Might hurt your punter because there might not be enough space, maybe too far for your field goal kicker. I'm like the old rule. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Possession is 9/10 of winning the game. Go for it, get the first down, close it out.
The offense going to stay out there. They've converted once, failed once. What can they do here on 4th down? They'll try and run for it and try to push his way forward, but I think he's going to be short, and he is short. He needed 2. He only got 1. And the Packers D comes up with a big stop. And Tampa Bay trots out there now. And you can bet that they are starting to sense it now, that George Hallis... The drive starts with a run by White. Escapes the defender. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. That's a good way to start the drive. 17 yards and a first down. They'll go up the middle with White. He'll get it up near midfield to the 49 before being taken down.
It went right back to him, but he pretty much had nowhere to go on that play.
Yeah, the previous carry looked pretty good. That one, maybe he was a little tired. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
The Buccaneers are on their way to the Super Bowl. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night.